All right. Sorry about missing pickles picks last night. I was at the hospital with my mom until like fucking 2 in the morning. But 3 in the morning. Jesus. We got the CPI report. Um, Year over year headline down 1 bip led to this. And then the drop is because month over month headline up. Month over month core up. Year over year core also up, and more than expected. 3% was the target. It came in at 3.1. Which seems to be setting in. Warren, welcome to Long Johnson, man. Thank you so much. Um, it's going to be real hard to spin this as being the positive, especially with Red Book down 8 bips. Um, but that's basically what's going on. So we're almost flat on yesterday's close ish, close to, I guess, $20 difference. Um, I wouldn't even call this mixed. This is definitely just slightly more inflationary. Um, but this is the reaction so far. So I guess we'll see if we continue to sell off. Um, we did tap the top of the market maker's expected move to the upside, which was like 64.15. I think the downside expected move was like 63.30 something, 31. So probably loading more short calls on the upside of 6400 like bears were doing yesterday. What's the difference between CPI core and inflation rate on TradingView? Are they both CPI? I have no idea. I didn't even know they put them on trading. Where on TradingView? Core is like more durables focused, and CPI is the whole index. We haven't defeated inflation. Also, sticky inflation is just going up. This is the fourth consecutive monthly increase in core as well, I think. Is it really just flat in March, April, May? Third consecutive monthly increase? Yeah, third. Interesting. That's okay. Next month, the books will get cooked. I don't even know where to find that. I don't use TradingView's economic calendar. Most of their like macro and earnings data is fucky. Do you run through the data in GS like you did at the end of last week? What do you mean? Oh, like the morning pickles picks. There's really no point in doing that with CPI this morning. It's kind of just a fucking waste of time. I mean, I'm gonna pull Gamma Strike up right now, but the market's open. It's CPI. Just assume that everything was neutrally positioned into close. Two icons, the bell icon on the bottom right. Yeah, so this is your core inflation rate month over month, core inflation rate year over year. Then you have the CPI index, and then you have CPI month over month, CPI year over year. Inflation rate is just non-core CPI. It's called headline inflation. So basically, core inflation generally, there's several different metrics they use, but it generally doesn't include volatile price metrics like food and energy. So it's usually considered a better indication of long-term inflation trends because it smooths out like well, it smooths out the volatility from like energy prices generally. Sometimes food prices make a bigger difference, but I don't think right now so much. No, I'm not hiding the camera because I'm secretly shirtless. I just don't have it turned on yet. I get the real time data pulled up here. So we got some resistance. Is this gonna work today? That'd be cool. Alright, got that. And let me see what shit looks like. So we've got a little bit of support at 6405. Still big fucking gamma at 6400. Pretty decent number of bot puts that came in there. Also some bot puts at 63.95. Sold calls to the upside 64.20, 30. Bot calls at 405, 410, 415. So that's that's about that. Yeah, so I would say upside resistance 20, downside support 6,400. If we slip 6,400, things might get a little bit bearish, but there are a bunch of bought calls from yesterday that are now in the money due to the overnight move from about 6,360 all the way up to 6,400. So I would expect that near the top of the market maker's expected move, which is around here at 64.15, we will probably see in the money calls and sold puts take profits, and then we will see if call selling picks up above spot. If it does, we might push back towards 6,400, which would pretty much mute most of the reaction from yesterday and today's price action. Warren, welcome to Zillionaire. Damn, just that was quick. Thank you so much.
Jar, legends are made.
Sir Gex, also welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you. Warren, if you hit me up on the Discord after the stream, I'll get you added to the country club, man. Invites in the chat. We see dumpies, or in the description. Will we see dumpies this week? Possibly. We still have PPI. What else do we have? We have a lot of data on Friday. Friday is a big day. But we have PPI and like initial jobless shit tomorrow. No, day after tomorrow. Tomorrow has nothing though, which makes me think bulls will probably want to take advantage of that, trending this back to all-time highs. Friday we have retail sales, we have import-export prices, we have industrial capacity, or capacity utilization and production, and manufacturing production, and then we have UMISH fucking sentiment surveys. We have SLD, yeah, OPEC's week. Might not do a lot. Don't forget they're getting rid of it. How does the TQQQ chart lines look? I could take a look. I don't have it loaded right now, so I'll have to. Still doing both things. $20 is the upside resistance. guess 20, 25, 30, all like slightly more resistive than the one prior. There's a little bit of put selling out there, but very little, like 70, yeah, really small. There's still bot calls 05, 10, 15. I think that's probably the most important positioning. Puts at 63.95 are increasing bot. And we just got a big pile of 64.25 bot calls that came in. So careful. Careful trying to play the downside. I mean, I would probably want to wait for some kind of confirmation. I don't think it's like a great idea to play the downside here. Not yet. I forgot the Discord audio. Hello, Discord people. What do you think the top is for today? Fuck, it's very early. I don't know. I would probably want to assume somewhere around like 45 or 50 this early in the day. That can narrow, but it hasn't yet. 6430 calls too soon. Maybe. Although if you're just gonna like scalp them, if you're gonna try to like hold them into close, it might be too soon. But if you're just gonna try to like get some profits on them, that might not be terrible. Just a 20, maybe sell a 25-30 BCS. I might do that on a test of like 25 or 30. I don't know if I'd want to sell on a test of 20. This is the top of the unexpected move here, but there's still bot calls coming in. And like enough of them out to 25 that I would kind of expect a 25 test at some point today. Given the positioning, we are getting some bot puts. 05, 6400. Oh, that was fun. Oh, new news. Is that new news? That's all new news. That's old news. Never mind. That was interesting. Bot puts, more bot puts, 6400, 6405. There's still bot puts, 6395. Just sucked right back into 6400, huh? Wow, those calls got fucked. bounce it here. Um, big out of the money bot pets. 50, 45, 40, 35, 80, 70. Nice, dude. There's still the upside bot calls haven't capitulated fully yet, but like some of the 20s and 15s collapsed. The 10 and the 5 are still there. So if we get back a little like 6403, we can push back up to 10, maybe. That was fucking wild. Look at that jump in fucking per call ratio. Ah, stupid bug. Yeah, losing 95 looks bearish. We got back above 6403. That wasn't even profit taking. That was just somebody just came in and bought a shitload of puts. Maybe the like 60, 63.35 through 50 bot puts, bots a close, probably. Those are way out of the money, but there's a lot of them. 3,000 puts across those strikes. Ooh, there goes 95. Damn, this is getting rugged. Huh. Well, all the bulls got fucked. Hmm. Donald tweeted about JPOW. Oh, is that what this fucking is? I'm considering allowing a major lawsuit against Powell. I would sue Powell over construction of Fed buildings. I'm considering allowing a lawsuit against Powell to proceed because of the horrible and grossly incompetent job he has done managing the construction of the Fed buildings. Oh, Jesus Christ. Does he know which building it is this time? I am not able to find this fucking rule change for SLD. It doesn't look like they've changed anything on it since in 2021. There's some proposed changes, but nothing that's gone through. Okay. Yeah, so I guess SLD is fine for now. Where were we? Profiting on a pump and dump on 3.1% core CPI mess. Pump and dump. Yeah. I mean, also fucking Trump running his mouth, but I don't think the inflation print was bullish in any way. The entire presidency has been The Apprentice. Yeah, pretty much. I personally love how annoyed J Powell makes Trump. Trump doesn't like the idea of anybody having any kind of power over him when he has been elected president. Those votes were expensive. This is SLR. No, that's not the same. Thank you though, Nitu. SLD is a like NSCC FINRA shit. This is supplemental leverage ratios for GSIBs. It's totally different. Kind of. Well, yeah. What did we pump on the data though? What did the market see in the data? I mean, the only slight positive was that year over year inflation was down, but month over month was still up 2.2 bips. Got a big sold puts. 63.15.25. We got a big old fat bear call spread up at 64.85, 64.95. Looks like about 5,500 contracts or so. Those came in out of the money. There's still bot calls to the upside of 6,400 that got burned. And there are bot puts down to 90, a little bit of support at 85, and then some bot puts down at 75. Failed to V off of the Delta flip. Gamma's kind of nasty under 90. Yeah, down to like 75, 70. I'm holding $25 GME bags. How are we looking for a bounce? God damn it. Ew. Wait, you just... Ew. Let's see. It looks like they're shorting the shit out of it with XRT right now. Although BTC correlation it's picked up a little bit. It doesn't look particularly bullish in any way. Volatility's low. I think they might have finally diluted it to death. Why does Atomy IV keep getting smushed? They're selling puts. Wonder if Jimmy is gonna have a spicy post OPEX. They have earnings coming up, right? Analysts raised their target to 19 cents a share. Maybe some covering with the increase in increase in like near term IV going into earnings. Oh, we slipped 90. Looks like calls out of the money are getting sold really fucking hard. Bot puts 85, 90, 80, 70, all coming in. Sold calls at 75, 80, so profit taking, continued profit taking on in the money calls from the earlier bounce. Looks like some of the 60 calls closed, 95 calls closed. Bunch of bot puts, 95, 85. I'm not, man. Barkin said employment could take a hit if consumers do pull back, but hopefully large layoffs will be avoided. Balance of the jobs inflation risk still unclear. Fog being lifted as tax bill passed and tariff deadline deals being done. Spending is solid, but consensus. Consumers tiring of higher prices. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab a coffee because it looks like we got like a little bit of chop coming up here. We got bot calls 64, 6405 that are still there. And then we have bot puts 90, 85. Looks like the puts at 95 are selling off a bit here. So, yeah, kind of 95 is kind of right in the middle of the bot puts and bot calls. Yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back. It's to 24.99 confirmed. Yeah, that's kind of what's going on there. Sorry. All right, so back near the top of the bot calls again. 64 10s. There's still some 64 15s left over also from earlier when we failed. Well, I was here before. Did you miss me? I was here from like, I was here in the pre-market. People can struggle even more. It's fine. Yeah, that's exactly what they're saying. You think 25 is still possible, or is this near the top? No, 25 is definitely still possible. Yeah, there's quite a lot of there's quite a lot of gamma up at like 20, 25, 30. But sorry about that. I didn't realize I had it muted. I just said there's quite a lot of gamma up at 20, 25, 30. And then there's bot calls up here that got abandoned earlier. I don't know how far we get up. Remember, 15 is still the MM expected move, which I thought we had on here. Maybe we don't. Oh, that might be on the other. Son of a bitch. I wonder if it's on this. Hmm. Oh, no, it's not on here either. Okay. Did he get rid of them? They were here. I guess we could use this one. This is maybe more stable. This still, yep, this stuff here works. Well, they're just way out of bounds. I see it. Yeah. Data's fucked. Jim will forever trade between 22 and $25. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you and say it looks super exciting right now. It doesn't. It's starting to look a little bit more exciting, but very slowly. Don't forget the dilutive effect on, the stuff GME does. Reduces, reduces the frequency of those events. I think expecting move to Gamma Strike will cannibalize Pickle Jar memberships. I doubt it. Thanks, Big Dilly style. Mm, mm. Damn, yeah, Jimmy looks boring as fuck. There's a bunch of upside gamma above 23. Volatility skyrockets if it drops below $22. And the term structure doesn't look super sexy. I guess volatility, the upside goes up a lot, around like 26. Uh, HV 60 and 90 are getting pretty close to historic lows. HV 30 is currently the lowest it's been since like fucking 2022. Fuck. I mean, historically, buying like leaps and selling them on any move up when like GME HV90 is this low is usually pretty fucking good. Um, I'm surprised. I'm just surprised like IV and HV are so low prior to earnings. Because earnings are coming up soon, right? Like they've got to be within the next month or so. I still pay for but never read Pickle Picks. Hoping that the Pickle Picks I don't invest in can fund an eventual Gamma Strike membership. That's an interesting approach. Can Leaps on Jimmy be our degen play of the week? No. Just because something's a historically profitable position doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be profitable again. Liquidity is still kind of fine. I don't think any of the covering. I don't really see any indication that there's a lot of covering going on just yet. But we are getting close to OPEX, so that might start to shift a little bit. No, I don't think it's the bonds causing it. Hmm. Gamma curve is fucky, but should be able to push up to like 25, 25.50 potentially. Not a lot of fucking range. I mean, that's kind of the disappointing part. Although if it broke 20, like 26, 27, where the IV picks up, it can push back to 30. It doesn't seem super likely right now. Where's all the, where are all these sold calls falling off? There's about 7 billion in gamma falling off on the 15th. You bullish on Carvana? Almost never. Ooh, Delta neutral chest. What's it doing today? It's down at 33.50. I shorted it after earnings, but I don't have any position left. I guess I could have stayed short. Hmm. It's like a downside gap at like 33.59 that's not closed yet. Gamma neutral's at 335. Might be fun to try to play like a gamma neutral bounce on it. Since GN and DN have been kind of picking up a little bit. Seems like delta is increasing. Are there any sold puts here? That doesn't look very promising. 30 is supportive. 40 is not really. IV30 is pretty low. Yeah, there could be like an opportunity to go long vol, maybe. Looks like there's some 415 and like 500 open interest. There's so many fucking sold calls to the upside though. Okay, I kind of don't hate this. Did it test GM today? At the low? Ooh, it did. Yeah, maybe. I don't like that the downside gap's still open, but what are the odds that you would run for president? Slim. Who's asking me to? I mean, if someone's gonna pay for it, I'll give it a shot. When HV and IV reaches this low on GME, what strikes and leaps would be usually more profitable? More out of the money or closer to the money? A nice like mix of both, generally speaking. Usually I target like the next two major upside strikes because that's where there's going to be like tighter spreads in the leap contracts. But I'm usually really quick to sell them. Like I'll easily take like 30-40% and just walk away. I just don't care that much. Too risky. How much more money would you have made on GME if you had Gamma Strike? I don't know. I was a fucking knucklehead. I didn't like sell covered calls on GME until 2020 fucking 2. So it was like an entire year of volatility that I could have been selling covered calls on, and I didn't. I mean, I made money on options in 2021, and I exercised out a lot of shares, but I definitely should have just been selling the fuck out of covered calls. I would have had like a negative like $90 cost basis. I still did good on it. Definitely one of the better stocks I've ever had. Let's not do this again. What? It was good back then. I can't run a mile. Not run. Not full tilt. I can do one in like 15, 16. Kind of like a jog. It should mean that a rate cut's off the table for FOMC. We have PPI coming out in a couple of days too, so we'll see what that looks like. I still trade some options on GME once in a while. Just rarely. Usually I wait till like the GME channel's getting real just fucking pumped, and then I sell some like 90-day naked calls. Like when they all think it's gonna mow ass, they're like, "This is it. Today's the day." That's when Ivy is high enough to just sell calls. That was fun when DFV showed up, and I got to have my naked calls $40 in the money for 3 days. But then it did what GME does best, which is go right the fuck back down again. How dare you? What? I'm sorry, but anybody who's still in the poor chat of GME 4 years after we started all of this, I mean, come on. I once sold out of the money weeklies on GME that had a premium over $50. I think there were $70 premiums for 3 DTs. Yeah. I've sold some insanely expensive options on GameStop. How can they go under? They don't do anything. They neither make nor spend money. Zen stock. They're just a volatility engine, but a worse one than like Carvana or Tesla or Upstart. And yields are rising, so even their bonds are getting wrecked. Just check Superstorm. They're still upvoting purple circles. Yep. Remember when I spent 2 years trying to tell those fucking morons that if they DRS'd, Cohen was gonna dilute the fuck out of them? Yeah, but Infinity Pool. God, that was fucking stupid. When did you stop believing in MOAS? Freg's Day. I mean, I never really believed in MOAS. Even like if you go back and like read like my really early DD, I was like, yeah, I don't know about that, but it could run a lot. I mean, I tried to tell people how to sell before the price of the stock hit millions of dollars. They were just so bullish at the time. They didn't even see that. Like they were just like, oh man, Moas. But yeah, I believed that the potential for a short squeeze was pretty much done. Like after Freg's day, like it clearly wasn't going to happen. Yeah, no, there was definitely a possibility that it could run out. I mean, that was the top of the chain. Remember? You give entire seminars on how to scale out under pressure. I distinctly remember you coining the phrase "no sell, no sell." No.
Popcorn Trader put their pickle in my jar. I never believed in MOSS. Author of the Book of Most 3-volume Saga 5.
Yeah, I distinctly remember saying, like, sure, those prices were possible, but not probable. The Book of Moas literally explained why there would never be a Moas. Popcorn, how you doing, man? I never believed in Moas, author of the Book of Moas, 3-volume saga. Popcorn's never left. Ah. We're distributing out here while they exit their underwater positioning. You mean they're in the money calls? Yeah, a little bit. Doesn't look like there's any bullish interest above 15 right now. That might change, but it's upside looks pretty slim. Petter fee, you mean? Yeah, they killed it with the rules changes. I love how you how you appear on that 2-hour GME documentary on YouTube. Book of Moas, written by Gherkin. Book of Moas was when I realized that I could say anything bearish, and Super Stonk would just interpret it as being super bullish. Book of Moas was literally just like, hey, man, this stock's gonna run a bunch of times and you can make money on these runs, but it's never gonna Moas. And then they were like, this is definitive proof of Moas. I just wish I knew now what I knew then. You mean wish you were just way more jaded? We've come a long way. Now we think everything is bearish. Now you just need to learn to buy calls when you feel bearish, and you'll be set. There's positive delta above 15. Yeah, but there's not a lot of interest coming in up there. Delta also falls off at 15, and like we can still test 2025. I said that earlier, but it's not like an easy road to the upside. Also, this is the top of the MM's expected move, so you have a lot of call sellers up here. How dare you show me options? You've ruined my life by helping me make all of this money. I know. Fucking bastard. What do you think of net? Let me take a look. Delta's growing at 6,400 because it's going deeper in the money. A little rejection off of Gamma Max. Not much of a change in Delta or Gamma Neutral. Looks like there's sold puts at 200. Might be kind of pinned there. Slipping 200 would be pretty bearish. This might have been like a good spot to sell some calls like a week ago, but I'm not sure if it's going to continue to see a lot of downside. There's definitely support like 192-ish. A little bit. 190. I guess it could keep falling a little. Like it's fallen a little bit below 200 today. Weird positioning on it. A lot of in the money. A lot of in the money fucking calls. Jesus. Yeah, I would say like failure 200 probably finds support 190, or it could just chop around 200. It doesn't look super fucking bullish right now. It's like a lot of short strangles near spot. Ooh, we're gonna have more goodies at the round table for you guys this week. If we have Greeks by expiration done, then we should be able to give that should open up to everybody with the new GSEX tool. And then Beta boys will be getting some new goodies this week, I think. So that'll be public. And then, yeah, you guys will find out Thursday what the next thing is. New live page, that's going to be a little while longer. Probably a couple more weeks. But we're getting there. It's still got a lot of bugs. Thanks to your stream, my mom was able to retire. That's awesome, man. Here's the 15 test. Let's see what we got going on from here up. Getting some bot calls at spot, sold calls at 20. Not very many of them, but I guess we don't need very many. There's still some sold puts at 20. Bot puts at 25. Is your mom single? Ridiculous. I'll raise my desk up a little bit. Getting some profit taking on the call side. Looks like we're pushing up on some of the out of the money calls closing. 30, 35. See if our top for today has shifted at all. Still looks like 35, 40 is possible. So yeah, the upside range has shifted down a bit. At the money put time. I still think kind of dangerous. Fed Schmid says growth remains solid and inflation remains too high. Tariffs seem to be having limited effect on inflation. Restrictive policy is suitable for the time being. Retaining modestly restrictive policy stance is appropriate. I support a patient approach to changing the Fed's policy rate. I will modify my views if I see demand diminishing. The tariff's limited effect on inflation is a reason to keep policy on hold, not an opportunity to cut rates. The tariff's likely muted effect on inflation is a sign that policy is appropriately calibrated. I see no possibility that the impact of tariffs on prices will be known over the next few months. That's because they didn't start until just like a fucking couple weeks ago. Increasing GAX at 6430, does that mean calls are being bought out there? It looks like calls are being bought to close out there. Most of the calls up there, like most of the calls above, actually all of the calls above 25 look to be pretty much sold. So yeah, I would say there's a little bit of bot to open, but we're at resistance here, like 15, 20. We would need like a stronger push, bigger breakout to clear above 20. Quite a lot of resistance there. This upside test also, opens up an opportunity for some of those in the money calls like 410, 405, 400 to kind of collapse back, and then don't forget all that fucking gamma at 6400 makes it a big draw. Do you think that he is oblivious to disrespecting the lag of tariffs to start having an effect? That's why he no, I actually don't think he is. I think that's why he keeps telling JPOW you can cut now and raise later. Because what he wants is he wants the Fed to cut policy for like 3 months while Treasury issuance goes out. So, and then once the Treasuries, refinanced their like 1.1 trillion, then the Fed can bump rates back up to where they were when inflation kicks in. Except that's not how Fed policy works. We don't do this because, it creates volatility in the bond market. And volatility in the bond market creates illiquidity in the bond market, which means that if the Fed cuts, there's a potential nobody steps in to buy those T-bills. That's correct, Sam. I did sell him a week ago. Nice. On net. Well played. Unless the Fed buys the T-bills, we're not out of, yeah. Well, just because they cut rates doesn't mean they're gonna end QT. QT will probably end when the repo market hits zero. Uh, which right now still looks like late September, early October, depending on how fast the TGA gets refilled. What's the effect of an illiquid bond market? Yields up very, very fast. That VN ping, chef's kiss. We really are too good at this shit. I think maybe the more interesting thing here is VN mattering. When market makers like, no, I'd like to keep my P&L profitable. Too soon, Gherk? Too soon. Shouldn't be, because you gotta read the docs. Volatility is still skewed to puts. It's okay, a little bit, yeah. Now it is. Barely. I don't think that makes much of a difference. I mean, volatility is generally just always a little tiny. Like puts are always usually a little bit more money. Out of the money. Second VM test. Ooh, pop through it. Getting some bot calls. 25, 30, 35. Bot to close. Someone's selling the 40 though. We're already doing yield curve control. We're just not calling it that. What do you think issuing, like fucking $500 billion in 3 and 6 month bills is? That's exactly what Yellen started doing that at the end of 2023 when the banks almost blew up a second time. And Besant has just continued doing it. Besant. No one fucks over the average folks like Besant. My what a guy. Besant. I gotta think. I need more lines. We It's hard to write a song from the perspective of Gaston's simp. I should have Poopy write it. Poopy wants to chortle Basant's balls. Yeah, lines for the songs. What's important is with macro data today, we get another. This meme has become relevant again. LeFou, yeah. Ooh, there's a stream card for you. You need to Disney animate Basant and like LeFou, but as Cartman. You're gonna play earnings. I mean, the stock's gone straight up on missing its last 2 earnings. Why do you think today is going to be the deal breaker? They've missed 3/4 of earnings in a row. Do you have like a fundamental reason for thinking they're going to miss earnings? they've had some. They had a big drop in liabilities last month. Total liabilities went from like 158 million down to 62. Decent equity growth. Cash flows are negative because they don't actually make money. Looks like last earnings was like kind of a one-off, and they paid down a bunch of debt. Are you also factoring in the cash from dilutions? Because they've increased their over the last 4 quarters, they've increased their shares outstanding by like 2x. It's got 150 to 300 million. No fundamental reason. I actually like the company. I mean, for an unprofitable tech company, they're doing correct things. They're keeping their debt manageable. I won't say that they're improving revenues or cash flows, but they're not putting themselves out of business just yet. They are diluting a lot, which is concerning if you're a shareholder. Net margins have been positive. Return on equity is dog shit. Debt to asset ratio is not the worst. I kind of have a problem with the fact that they're not spending a lot of money. Like, how are they gonna grow? Like, all right. Yeah, I mean, that's more long term, I guess. It doesn't really matter right now. I don't know. I mean, I don't see why they need to miss. Their net margins have posted positive 2 quarters in a row. And they'll be going into this earnings with more cash on hand and less debt. So I would assume a reduction in general expenses and slightly increased EPS. Oh, look, we tested 25. Is 30 the top for today? No. 40, 45 is like the peak. Just hard to get up there. It was higher earlier. Earlier it was like 50. We're like $2 off the all-time high right now. Why are we going up? Oh yeah, data doesn't matter. No. Ooh, Moran, the new temp Fed chair, has been saying a bunch of stuff. This guy's like a stooge for Trump, basically, he's inserting into oh wait, no, Moran's not the Fed chair. Moran's going into the BLS, right? Oh no, he's the Fed guy. Who's the BLS one? Temp Fed, see, yeah. So he's running his mouth right now at some press conference. I'm very happy to see inflation is well behaved. He says there's no evidence of tariff-induced inflation because there have been no tariffs yet. There will always be relative price changes. There's no evidence of inflation at the aggregate level. A massive insurge of renters boosted rent prices. And then he said there's no material increase in new car inflation. Most economic data comes from surveys. There'll be an element of noise, which is increased. CPI data rarely gets revised. Incentive schemes can drive response rates higher. He said Fed independence is paramount. Interesting. It's up to the Senate whether approval happens by the September meeting. I believe tariffs will be borne by the nations that we are tariffing. Idiot. Ends remarks on CNBC. Okay, so he's just kissing Trump's ass. I will say it's very common for like Fed nominees to like say a bunch of political shit before they're put into the Fed, and then once they get into the Fed, they do an about face. So be mindful of that, I guess. Also, inserting one Fed board member isn't going to change the aggregate vote. This is the problem with like the idea of getting rid of Powell, is it's not Powell's fault that the Fed is. I mean, I personally think Powell's like arguably one of the most dovish voters on the Fed board. But yeah, putting in one board member or replacing Powell isn't going to change the overall majority. And now that like Trump's named his like top 3 nominees, you're gonna see all the presidents that were vying for like J Pow's job, like tone their shit back down and start to lean more neutral again, or hawkish. The BLS guy co-wrote Project 2025. Yeah, I know. It's okay. The market's not gonna like fucking Trump cooking the books. But other governments cook their books. It's not anything that's not like been done before. It's definitely not special. I kind of want to go long Caterpillar here. I guess maybe I don't. That is tempting. Risk is so wide. Basant's the only reason that the market hasn't crashed right now. I'm not actually sure that's true. I mean, as far as qualifications, I don't really think either of them were. But I'm not sure how qualified you need to be to run the Treasury. I mean, everything that Trump has done that would have crashed the market so far, Basant has stopped, which is, that's his job, is to keep the Treasury market liquid. I know she was the Fed chair. I don't think Fed chairs are particularly qualified for their jobs either. Almost, I mean, you can sum up some of America's worst financial decisions in a handful of people, and Yellen is one of them. There's like Reagan, Bernanke, and Yellen. These people have done irreparable harm to the American economy. Oh, probably also Clinton. Yeah. She seemed to be more upfront about how unsustainable the paths were that were on calling for economic catastrophe. Yeah, for some reason, she still issued more bonds. Yep. You know what I've noticed is that all of the like all of those people, with the exception of Reagan and Clinton, like everybody on the economic side of things graduates from Yale. And I'm almost 100% convinced that Yale stops teaching math above college algebra. Like that's the peak for Yale economists. And so they look at things like the Phillips curve and they go, this is predictive. And then they make their decisions based off of that. I don't know why they don't teach math at Yale in the economics department, but yep, new all-time high. Does the positioning support higher? I said 440. 440, 445 looks like where this could top out. No, I said there's resistance up here. We did it, boys. You mean your call finally printed? Ooh, nice, Jen. I wasn't actually listening. You could have said whatever you want. There's a little bit of resistance at 30. But then Gamma flattens out all the way to 40. I made $30 after commissions today. Now I'm below 600 in losses for the year. Clawing it back one spread at a time. Nice. No royalties expected. Noted. There weren't any on the table, but I appreciate the sentiment. We're getting really close to retesting the long-term trend again on ES. ES has not retested its all-time high yet, by the way. Also, look at like in the money gamma, like over the last 15 minutes, 30 minutes, starting to bleed. So there's profit taking up here a bit. The overall effect of that is still minimal, but slipping back under 20 would not be, I don't think it would be super bullish. Yeah. B, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
So am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round. Your doom ain't no in between.
What's up, man?
One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up.
Welcome to the fucking show, BE. Ugh. Yeah. Is Billionaire tax deductible? It's none of my business. EJ Anthony. Yeah, that's the fucking stool pigeon they're sticking in the. We're still getting billionaires? I thought you saturated the potential subscriber base already. No. I do zero advertising and absolutely no no social media marketing at all. So I haven't even touched the potential subscriber base. In Canada, it would be tax deductible. Cobra says it is. Then why aren't you a fucking pigeon whale? But only if you make money trading. That's not true. Fed chair. Gork, 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 I'm back. After you rudely blew up my port, telling me to YOLO into UNH $900 calls, I did not tell you to do that. I told you UNH was fucked. Stop buying out of the money calls on it. And then you were like, fine, I bought more. The only thing that saved me was my 6400s, bought at Lowe's in April. Please manage your risk better. Is Cobra a Canadian accountant? Probably. No, he lives in Chicago. Billionaire sounds better than Pigeon anything. True. It does. Maybe Pigeon Whales needed a better name. Or they have the best name. Nope, best name. Why the fuck are you long UNH? You do know they're just getting, like, fucked in the ass by Medicare cuts, right? Well, Medicare and Medicaid. Living in Chicago is not mutually exclusive to being a Canadian accountant. True. Why would you even doubt yourself? I don't know. I took a step back into reality for a moment and I didn't like it, so it's okay. I added value to Pigeon Whale. So now Pigeon Whale is a thing. Get fucked, pores. Bull whale? Mm, gross. Imagine a whale with horns. It'd just be like a narwhal. What value did you add? I'm not gonna tell you. No, subscriber bleed's like less than 10% since we launched the beta. Which is expected. It's actually really low for SaaS. Is the narwhal halfway between pigeon whale and pontiff? Huh. No. You're just mad because you got banned. 10% of people not reading the docs. Yeah, probably. Well, I mean, 5% of those left before there were docs. Also, you haven't canceled your Gamma Strike subscription. Hmm. Did you? How's Poopy? Is he making you money? If I become pontiff, will you host me for dinner in real life? Sure. I stopped trading, so I unsubbed from GS. Not Zillionaire. I don't have time for your guys' bullshit. Rent free. You're the one who's back here after you got banned. The band squad is so funny. It's annoying. Get a life. No one. Well, they're gone now. It doesn't matter. How bad is it to sell in the money bear call spreads? It's not necessarily bad. You can reduce the overall risk while increasing the potential reward. But I mean, your probabilities diminish significantly. I'm back on to go soon. It seems like SEX is back at highs and Gamma's fallen off a lot above 64.30. I just sold the calls again, but I'm gonna be gone for a couple hours. Safe to hold till close. Um, I mean, I would probably have some kind of stop set if I was gonna walk away, simply because, yeah, Gamma's fallen off quite a bit to the upside because the call sellers are stepping in, but this could still potentially push out to like 35 or 40. That's very extreme. EJ Antony suggests suspending monthly jobs report. Fox Business releases pre-nomination interview with EJ and Antony. Beautiful. Why'd they get banned? Cunts. Can they be unbanned? No. Well, they could have been, but then they continued to be cunts, so no. I don't even know what the fuck that means. That's what Smoot Hawley caused. So why not? Who got banned since I've been gone? I don't know. I don't know when you left. I thought you were here yesterday. That's beautiful. Cross on me. I'm guessing we're not losing 6,400 again today. Probably not, but we could fall back to 6,400 again today. Potentially. There's some bot calls at 20. What do we need to lose? Where would the confirm be? Probably just 20. Hmm. Ooh, Perplexity AI offered to purchase Google's Chrome browser for $34.5 billion. An offer which is about double Perplexity's current valuation. BBAI? Oh, yeah, their earnings sucked dick and they tanked. I think they went down like 20% yesterday. Been gone for about 3 months since my new job doesn't allow me to gamble. I mean, trade as much. I could have sworn I saw you here like last week. So were you like gone, or just like here intermittently, but also gone? Because what was it? Meta, Amit Meta, the judge who was like ruling on the Google monopolization case, hasn't ruled that they have to sell Chrome yet, but did find that they monopolized the search market. It's not, I don't think about you at all, energy. It was just definitely in and out of here. Thoughts on the inflation print? Core going up is not something the Fed wants to see. So even if the market wants to be short-term bullish on a 1 point drop in year-over-year CPI, like headline, monthly CPI is still elevated and rising, and then also, core is up both on the monthly and the yearly, which means durables prices are still going up. Also, I think the benefit from oil is like the drop in oil is realized, and I don't think that's going to continue to be a positive for deflation. So pretty much any increase in oil prices now is going to be, it's going to have an upside pressure on inflation. But if the Senate is able to convene and approve the new BLS head by next month, then I'm sure the books will be fully cooked by the next report. And then we just don't get real data anymore. So the market attention will probably turn to like ISM. I hope people realize Perplexity is Truth Social's AI platform. They want all your data and ability to reach you. Yep. They want to suspend monthly labor reports. Yep. Better to just not report them rather than report bad news. I'm aware. In all honesty, the BLS has been kicking every book since 1974 at the minimum. Yeah, it's just the extent to which it will be kicked. I don't disagree. I don't think, BLS data has ever been the most reliable, and I think they do obviously everything in their power to spin the data to look, strong for the US economy, but um this is not going to be that. This is going to be, either a lack of reporting or just blatantly falsified data. I made $1,000 off $2,000. What should I get? Just put it in your bank account. Is that how much a nice lunch is in your area nowadays? Like, how nice of a lunch are we talking? Yeah, suspension of economic data sets has occurred plenty of times. Until the job numbers are corrected, get better, the BLS should suspend issuing monthly job reports, but keep publishing the more accurate, though less timely, quarterly data. So they need more time to falsify the quarterly data, but they don't want to report the near-term data. Okay. Cup of noodles with an egg. Are you ever bringing back the bolometer and the shirt off indicator? The bolometer is already back. You just don't know where it is. You should immediately spend it on membership gifting, super chats, and pigeon whale. Why do American women hate Sydney Sweeney? Wait, do they? I have no idea. Is that a thing? Sydney Sweeney is the one with the lazy eye, right? Blonde. The one with giant honkers. That describes lots of people. Am I supposed to hate someone? Apparently, Jen Jen. She just put out a jeans commercial with white nationalist undertones. How does someone make jeans white nationalist? I don't care about Sydney Sweeney. Why would I hate her? Well, that's a good question. You say jeans instead of jeans. Oh, I see. They're doing the eugenics thing. Sounds like rage bait. Rage bait advertising. Are clothing companies finally catching on? She does not look anything like Margot Robbie. They're both blonde. What are you, face blind? Calm down, Nick. If she's promoting eugenics, should there be men hating her too? I don't even know what's going on. Face blindness is no joke. You guys are weird. Like, this is. They do not look the same. At all. Similar. They're just both blonde. You mean Jamie Presley? Yeah, Jamie Presley does look a lot like Margot Robbie. I think they both look like Anna Kendrick. Now we're getting some insight into Nuke's kinks. Yeah, apparently. Can you add the mint scented Clorox wipes? I just ran out. Wait, are you talking about the dude wipes? How many do you need? You get a 6-pack. Do you want the to-go packs? Like the ones you keep in your wallet or whatever? Or do you want the stool kit? I'm going to put the stool kit in there. I am the kink. My girlfriend has brown hair, and she's the prettiest girl on the planet. But when I met her, she was in fact blonde. Ruh-roh. My life's in shambles. Thank you so much, so much, Nuke. Welcome, Thunder. What is a stool kit? It's in the store. Go look at it. Sydney Sweeney's eyes are too far apart. She looks like prey. She looks like Tom Lee. If Sydney Sweeney starts an investment blog, I'm signing up. That's all I know. If there's one truth in the universe, it's people with lazy fucking eyes can predict the future of the market for the next 6 months. And then it goes away. Charlie Munger had a lazy eye. Michael Burry. Tom Lee. Jay Fresh has pointy eyes. Did you guys notice that Jay Fresh got pointy eyes before he predicted 6,400? And then he got his pointy eyes fixed? And then he said 5,800 and the market went back up again? I did. I went long Lulu. Wish me luck, because it's probably going to sell off more. You should wait until the consumer is fully crushed, but I like your ambition. Who do you think is one of the prettiest actresses? Any timeline? Um, hmm. Brigitte Bardot, Sophia Loren, Selma Hayek, Jennifer Connelly, Halle Berry, Monica Bellucci, Jessica Alba, Kate Beckinsale. Mine was Tom Lee. Like Tommy Lee, the drummer. Ava Green? No, when she put on eyeshadow, she scared me. Liv Tyler looks like her dad, which also scares me. Strong list, thanks. Don't say that. It's only 5% true. No, it's not. Oh my god, who was that? What was the name of that like porn star who looks like the guy who made Family Guy? Dylan Harper. That was the one. I wish I still had that gif. For you Liv Tyler fans. I knew you were gonna fucking do it. The worst part is when Steven Tyler was young and dressed like a woman, he really did just look a lot like her. I never knew Liv was a Nepo baby. Yeah. Anytime anyone's famous and you're like, huh, I wonder if they're a Nepo baby. Yes. Yes, they are. I'm not a Nepo baby. You know the fucked up thing? I should have been a Nepo baby. And you guys can, figure that out on your own. Oh, this is the whole... Thanks, slot machine. Jesus, you gave me like a whole research report on why women are angry at Sydney Sweeney. Ew, who wears jean jackets in 2025? Possibly still Canada? Okay. No, I got the joke. I just ruined it. Is it possible that women broadly just don't like alt-right women because they don't want to be, chattel slaves? Oh, okay. And maybe it's not about Sydney Sweeney specifically, just like women promoting like white nationalism and a erosion of women's rights. I feel like that's a more likely thing. Thinking too critically here. Was your real dad rich then? No, not at all. Complete opposite. Oh my god. All right. That's fucked up. So I'm trying to say it's jealousy. That's shallow. It makes us all seem dumb as fuck. Yeah. I mean, I just assume people who say things like that are dumb as fuck. Not that that kind of thing doesn't exist, but I don't think broadly that's the reason. Remember, men on the internet tend to lean incel for some reason. How much sold put support does SPX have today and tomorrow? Sold put support today is building, although the majority of it's still back at like 6,400, 6,390. But right now we're currently supported by in the money bot calls still, with very little erosion of the 6410, 05,
and 6,400 calls, and then a bunch of bot calls at 25, currently propping up spot. But still, yeah, not a lot of interest above 25 for the bulls. And I think the bears are getting a little bit more entrenched on the call side, above 35 out to 45. So probably trimming the top end range a little bit, but I still think we could potentially test 40 if bulls push hard enough. There's several hours left in the day. But I'm on the internet right now. I didn't say everyone. Gherkin is my potential client. Want to go clay shooting with me Thursday? No. My take is the ad campaign was just hot girl hot, and maybe also pandering to the white right. As far as the outrage, there's just so many more pressing things right now. Yeah, nowhere in the American Eagle ad do I see any mention of the Epstein files. Has anyone asked Trump why he's protecting the Democrats? Well, he said that Obama made up the Epstein list, but then he also said that it was, full of very powerful Democrats, but then also isn't releasing the Epstein list. So not only, by his logic, not only did the Democrats make up the Epstein list, they then put themselves on the list, and then he doesn't want to show people that. You don't want to mention the president potentially being a pedophile? Why is that gross stuff? Is that what you prefer to do? Just sweep it under the rug? It probably makes it a lot easier to lean into the cognitive dissonance, doesn't it? Just let it envelop you as you fall back into it. It takes thousands of FBI agents to doctor the files. Give it time. But they haven't released it. Why wouldn't we talk about it every single day? Until it's released. That was the promise. They showed us the binders. Where did they go? I think I personally would like to know why Trump's on that list. Gnome's dog ate the files and got shot. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I hate this timeline. Did Mitt Romney steal them? At least we know that all the dictatorial things they're going to do are going to be super blatant and obvious to everyone. The right was obsessed with this, but now only weirdos care about it. Yeah, that's right. Don't you understand? The narrative has shifted. King Trump is always innocent, of course. Times only change because you need them to. Again, cognitive dissonance. It's okay, you just live in a fantasy land. I hope it's nice there. No, it's cold, dark, and I'm poor. Only because your wife keeps trying to get you to spend all your money. How do you feel about Trump bringing martial law to New York next after DC? Well, then I just move, right? Go somewhere else. Do you think Trump ever had the kids change his diaper? Probably. Florida? Lay low with Dork? Oh, yeah, no one will ever go there. Speaking of that, the 3 houses she wanted to buy, I was able to convince her, let's wait and see if prices go down. My plan worked perfectly when they all sold 2 weeks later, and I went, oh no, looks like we just missed out. You sandbagged your wife? Unbelievable. Fucking degenerates. 600k homes, she wants to put 50% down? Jesus Christ, you don't even have fucking kids. What do you This is what happens when you marry rich girls, man. They're like, "Here, spend all your money." And then they outlive you and you don't get shit. This happened, this actually I knew a guy who he married our old boss's ex-wife, who was 30 years older than him, and then he died before she did. Just make another 300k, dude. Easy. Trump ending monthly job reports? Trying to. 30 years? How old was he? I don't know. He was like 45, I think, at the time. She was definitely like 70, 72. I think he died like 52, and then she was just more rich. That's what happened. He tried. And he purely married her for status and power. No, there's a lesson to be learned here. Don't get married for money. It's not going to work out the way you think it will. Don't call me son. Are you even older than me? How old are you? I don't know. It's a good question, actually. I remember my mother-in-law accused me of being a gold digger because I had student loans, and she assumed her son, my husband, was paying for her. He made 75K at the time. I was in fact paying for them. Nice. Families. Eric and I were born in the same hospital. They made a movie about us starring John Travolta called Look Who's Talking. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. We got any, like, press conferences today or anything? Oh, there's a press briefing at 1 o'clock. Because dynamic hedging slows as you approach peaks of gamma. There's still a decent amount of profit taking here. We might be starting to top out. Losing 30 doesn't look very bullish. Mm. Are they selling more puts for support? If so, what strikes? Yeah. 2015. So puts at 10. 64.10 have increased. Sold calls and bot puts to the upside are still up though. Still bot calls at 25. Doesn't seem to be going anywhere. This is an iron butterfly kind of afternoon. Probably not. It's probably bulls are going to try to squeeze bears out of their short calls up to 64.40 kind of afternoon. What's your expectation going to the end of the week? Can they hold it up here? They could definitely hold it up here tomorrow. Then we have PPI, and then we have more data on Friday. All of which kind of preclude that. Where's the money coming from to keep pumping this? Do you think we're out of money? Does the bond market care about CPI numbers today? I mean, yields at the top end of the curve are pushing back up, so probably. We're getting pretty close to the all-time high test on ES again. That's just margin expansion largely, yeah. I'm surprised that the rise in core today didn't come with a more significant, like a more significant increase in the dollar. Like euro and the pound are up hard against the dollar today, but also like yeah, this morning's data was fairly good for like Britain and like the economic index scores well, those were not quite as good. Hmm. I do think that like earnings went down or something. Like well, average earnings. Mhm. Well, it did matter when we rejected off of it. And then it mattered when we bounced off of it, too. SLD starts tomorrow. It'll be fun. Was Trump responsible for the drop to the low? Yeah, I think so. Definitely drove a bit more volatility. Which they could short, and that's why we're here. Fuck me. They did short that volatility spike. You're not incorrect. Come on, we're almost at 40. And then I can sell calls. Quote, remember earlier when I said I was going to sell calls at 40? I did say that. I also said I would wait to sell calls. What you're saying is to look at the downside play once we reach 40? Could, yeah. There's some resistance here. I don't know if it'll be substantial enough. Because we definitely have support at 30. Would like a good. Were there any companies on your radar that do emergency generators and or other camping emergency relief equipment? I feel like peeps are going to be buying up more products that use propane and gas. What? I had a pickles pick for like Generac. Well, I guess we discussed going long Generac like months ago. Mm. Yeah, she's alright. Can we do the same for the downside? You could. Yeah. Although, now that we don't have FEMA anymore, maybe not the best idea. No, I don't think so. I think those all happened independently of one another. I just bought 100 NVIDIA calls. Ask me anything. Why do you hate money? This grind, man? Yeah, high gamma. High gamma, bullish, very boring. Are we buying Mag 7 calls at their gamma maxes now? That guy is. I was thinking electronics and other components in generators, etc., would cause an increase in prices before winter hits. Why? Do you know a lot of people using generators that like off grid livers? Oh, there we go. There's 35. Almost 40. Ooh, I'm gonna sell that 45 call. Gimme. I want to taste it. CapEx, man. CapEx. Stop thinking so much and just buy calls. I do that. But then I also think you can do both. You don't have to lean into the retard trade. I don't know what to do with tomorrow though. I don't like the break before PPI. It's fucking weird. This definitely feels like one of those instances though where like CPI is like flat enough that they wait out PPI. Iron Condor is whoa, caps, sorry. I don't know if I want to do a Condor. Gamma's gonna be real positive tomorrow, maybe. Yeah, and then like the PPI print also comes out hot, and then everyone dumps everything. What if PPI is way hotter? Ooh. That's exciting. What would that infer? Well, I mean, we've talked about a lot about, corporations already kind of maxing out on pass through. And we see that more recently with like weakness in consumer sentiment that we saw earlier in the year. And even like the bounce back in consumer sentiment, we haven't hit where, like 2024 levels. So, if consumer sentiment is kind of flat, then, corporate ability to pass through costs is probably already diminished. We also have de minimis costs, which have increased. That's huge, especially for e-commerce. So I wonder if in order to retain market share, we're going to start to see like this might actually be nearing the break point for producer pricing. And if that's the case, then and they're not passing through costs, right? Because CPI is flat-ish. Like we're seeing some increase, but like 0.2%, right? Like we're not seeing headline rise at like 0.3, and we are seeing increased costs on core, but I don't think this is the entirety of the costs. Like that, it's not enough of a bump, which means producers are eating some of the tariff costs. And if producers are eating tariff costs, then PPI is going to be higher. And if PPI is higher, that means margins down. Interesting. Not liquidity challenges, but I mean, if we start to see margins down broadly, I'd want like a couple months of that. Like one print is not, I mean, one print might scare people. It's not going to be enough. But I think the interesting thing about that is all that CapEx has to be financed, right? So all of these like big hyperscalers that are spending, like 1.8 trillion on infrastructure in the next couple of years, they need to finance a lot of that. Maybe like 600 billion with debt. Which is going to push apart the corporate bond yields. Push up. Ooh. That's going to push up the top end of the curve. Hmm. Yeah, so it might, yeah. Yeah, of course they're gonna eat costs until he backs off his tariffs, but they've got to start normalizing at some point. I think they've already got to start normalizing because we're 2 months, we're like a month and a half into the reciprocal. And then we've had ongoing steel, copper, aluminum tariffs. Well, steel and aluminum have been like they've been going on for about 3 months. 30% on China has been in effect for 2 months now. 30 to 40% on China has been in effect for 2 months. No, I mean, if the hyperscalers start issuing debt, corporate credit's gonna get tight as fuck. How long could folks wait after the Feb COVID tank? What do you mean? Did you guys see what I posted in Pickles Picks earlier this week? Like it's still a really rough estimate, but or well, I guess Sunday night. If you look at like this is the projected like capex for the hyperscalers over the next like 2 years. And then this is going to be the cost to finance that. So 3 trillion in global capex, 1.4 trillion they're planning on funding with cash flows. 200 billion in corporate debt, 150 billion in ABS, CMBS, 800 billion private credit opportunity, but if credit markets tighten, that's just going to be more corporate debt. So you got 1 trillion in corporate debt. And then 300 billion planned in other capital sovereign wealth funds or, VCs, whatever, private equity. Because that's when they plan to have all of the capex spending finished by. Just the major cloud service providers. It should probably include Oracle in this, but Goldman didn't. That's a lot of fucking corporate debt that needs to be issued, though, by the Mag 7. Well, four of the Mag 7. So I'm just going to load themselves up on debt and hope so they are the one company to come out on top in the AI race. Yeah. No. This isn't massive growth. This is like not good. I mean, current capex is already like fucking a significant chunk of their yearly revenues. Just this last quarter, and it's only planned to go up. It's not sustainable for the electrical grid. I posted that chart too. Oh, fuck, I only filled on 4 of my sold calls? What the fuck? Go back up, you bitch. Full port the guy who sells the shovels. But, I mean, NVIDIA's already pricing all of that in. So if any of that spending erodes, that's a net negative for NVIDIA's, like, forward valuation. Zero? Isn't most of the electrical grid in need of updates anyway? Yeah. And then a bunch of it also comes from Canada. I don't know if we'd see like a really hard sell-off. I mean, we almost hit 40. And we're already, seeing some profit taking. Things get a little nasty under 35 here. Down to about 20. At least in the shorter time scale. Fuck. I can't believe I only filled on 4. Motherfucker, son of a bitch. All fucking day to sell 4 calls. I'm gonna go back to bed. If we go to war over utilities for AI, I'm just gonna end it. I'm just gonna move somewhere else. Like on top of an active volcano sounds nice. But those 4 calls were highly accurate. That doesn't matter. Who's gonna buy the corporate debt? That's the thing. Is like we've already got the treasury debt issuance. Like here, look. Okay, so look at treasuries, right? Foreign buyers are declining. Investment fund buyers are declining. Brokers and dealers are declining, and the Federal Reserve is coming in and picking up a little bit. Since like 2023, they've been buying a little, but still largely in quantitative tightening, right? So, if we think about another 2 trillion in debt, 1 to 2 trillion in debt hitting the market on the corporate side, who's gonna buy it? Like yields are just gonna fucking pop. Who's gonna fund all this fucking shit? No one's got any money. Everyone already just owns the stocks. Like, everyone's just sitting in fucking equities and high risk. They're gonna sell their equities? If they start selling their equities to buy, I mean, it's still gonna push the yields higher. That's exactly what Mag 7's gonna do. And it's gonna crush the equities, which means 43% of household wealth is just gonna get absolutely fucked. Look at this. This is what people fucking own. They own a house and stocks. And they own more stocks than they do house. Have you looked at high yield corporate spreads lately? It's kind of creaking already. Yeah, of course I have. But that's the problem, right? Is that like the corporate bond market can't withstand $2 trillion in debt issuance right now. I think one good spike in energy costs, either oil or nat gas, and this whole thing's fucked. All we need is for Trump to give Russia Alaska back. So when the Russia meeting falls apart, that could do it. I mean, we can't even refill the TGA here because we'll drive prices up. Market's failing to make. Buyers don't want to buy, sellers don't want to sell. Yeah. Well, some sellers don't want to sell. But while those sellers stay out of the market, other sellers are, jockeying for lowest price in a downward trending market. So, I mean, which is the equivalent in a regional market of just buying a lot of at the money puts. Do you have any sage non-financial advice on how to hedge for those eventualities? I mean, you could take advantage of exploded yields if and, well, it seems like when they happen. Hmm. Commodities. Commodities will do very well in that environment. Very, very well, probably. Why do you earn a commission on dude wipes from Walmart? I don't think I actually do, but some people don't have bidets. So corporate bonds can influence the yield curve of USTs. It's an indirect influence, but yeah, of course. UST yields plus credit spread is, or like corporate bond yields are like UST yields plus credit spread, basically. So, when the spreads narrow, corporate bonds are more attractive than treasuries. But when the spreads widen, so credit risk is up, treasury demand increases. Almost all of fixed income is based on rotating, between corporate bonds and US treasuries. Well, a significant chunk of it. In order to improve risk adjusted returns. Ruth, welcome back to fucking Dillionaire. Woo! Levitt speaking? I don't know if I can deal with it today. Do we have to? Is it just because it's the only fucking thing going on?
Ride or die till the tendies come round. Or doom ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up.
So 2008, 2022, like a very direct driver of those market crashes was corporate bond illiquidity driving like flight to quality in UST. Got any old school Zillionaire songs? I've got the original one.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, 'cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
No, I don't think you get I think you get a flight out of Mag 7 there, right? Everyone dumps massive risk off. So corporate bonds, I think if the corporate yield spreads widen, that's the end of the bubble. Because the $2 trillion in funding, or well, I guess $3 trillion in funding needed is just not going to manifest. I need to start keeping an eye on corporate bond yields. Better eye. I mean, I watch them, but ooh, man, I feel like writing DD. Ooh, it's been a while. Doesn't matter if the Fed cuts. I can't post anything on Superstack. I'm still banned. Also, why would I want to? My family friend wants to do a HELOC instead of just selling the house and buying another one. Thoughts? Sounds dumb. Is he retired? Like, I mean, I guess. Why is he? Was he going to repair the house with the HELOC or upgrade the house with the HELOC? What's he doing? Demolish it, rebuild the entire thing. So he waited for tariffs to rebuild a house. Levitt's so angry. She's always angry. She's just gonna crack under the weight of her own lies eventually. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we set out to deceive. Sell high, buy high? I mean, yeah, I don't think that's a great idea. Not unless he has some. Hey, no rhyming. Why? She doesn't wear the cross when she's doing heavy lying. Isn't she already like married to like a multi-millionaire? I don't think she needs the money. Is that the bull signal when you rhyme? See, look what you did. I didn't do anything. Calm down. Actually, in the money calls are starting to capitulate. Very, very slowly, but they are. Looks like some of the out of the money calls selling off. Bears are coming back in with sold calls here, but still have bot call support at 25 though, and then they're still in the money bot calls at 405 and 410. No. I don't think she has a conscience. I just think that like she's gonna get wrapped up in so many lies and then just have a big public freak out because she can't like double talk her way out of it. Did ES make a new all-time high? No. Missed. Tested the trend though. Like the long-term trend. But we missed the all-time high. No. Almost tested the long-term trend, I guess. This is here now. I guess I just do it there. 1 hour? I guess it should probably be there. This is a shitty reversal from the prior all-time high. Diamond top. Let's go. Let's test here and then just bleed off and then dump. Hmm. This would have been better. That would be interesting. So 74 is the confirm. 63.74. Hmm. Remember the last time we diamond topped for 3 months? That was a sick 3 months. You mean back in April? This one? It's interesting. I'm just gonna add for a plush animatronic AI therapy panda. I think I need to evaluate some things. What? How to save up money for the plush animatronic AI therapy panda? What if you like just in case? Free credit line, 8% APR adjustable. I have peanuts on the house. Also, two family that I live in. Rent pays 70% of the mortgage. I don't think I'd ever do more than three family. Yeah, it makes sense. Is that bullish or bearish? Bullish bias, but if the breakout here literally today fails the trend test and we fall back into the diamond, bearish as fuck. So basically, like, losing 6,400 again would not be good. It's still just technical bullshit, but it's interesting. At least from a, like, where there is sufficient buy demand perspective. No, not end of week. I don't think that would be super quick. It would but could lead to a correction. We did get a correction the last time I said we would get a correction, but it was shitty. It was only like 2%. It's fucking garbage. Well, I guess it was 3. Three and a half. EJ Antony, the guy from Project 2025, is now head of statistics at BLS. But yeah. Well, he's nominated for the role. He still has to be approved by the Senate. Woefully unqualified, perfect fit. Yeah, they don't want somebody who can actually report the data. They want somebody to not report data. How do we get gigs like that? Spend your life simping really hard for the Republican Party? You should have joined the Young Republicans when you were in high school. Or the... What's the other one? I don't remember. I know he said he's proposing a suspension of the monthly job reports. If you're gonna report made up data, it takes longer to put together. Federalist Society? I expect us to drain it by like somewhere in September, probably. Maybe beginning of October, but probably somewhere in September. Legal Joe is acting like misreporting data is a new phenomena. No, it's not. We've discussed this. There's a big difference between spinning data and then just making it up. China just makes up their data, right? They just fucking unemployment's always at 5%, GDP's always plus 5%. It's just they just completely doctor the data, which is vastly different from taking the data and reweighting it and spinning it to look good. Because all of the when you just reweight the data and spin it, all of the data is still available. So, you know, the transparency there is, you know, it's still exists. Perhaps there are plans for Trump to travel to Russia in the future. The plan is for BLS Statistics to put out monthly reports. We need to look at the means and methods of how we acquire this labor data. Oh, are they saying right now in the press conference that there are 1.5 million jobs more than what the BLS reported? But then the Fed doesn't cut ever. That fucks with the bull narrative. Oh, 2023. Yeah. That was jobs revisions. And it wasn't over, it was under. They said it was under count. Or well, they revised down. That's like that is, you know, an honest assessment. And that revision had to do with the timeliness of the data, because they don't receive all of the information up front. I know what you're talking about. So some people fill out the survey right when they get it. Other people, you know, wait 8 months and then fill out, you know, a 6-month-old survey. So that's not really doctoring the data. It is and it isn't. And this is also why, like, you know, macro funds and stuff like that prefer to look at longer term indications of those trends rather than the, you know, month over month changes. Vic said it's low for the year just now. I know. We're also getting like a drop off in realized vol on the 90-day soon, or are right now, I believe. Yeah, we're starting to get a decline in HV90. It's not rapid or anything, but it's there. We ignored the SOM rule. Yeah, I know. She told us to, remember? Dangerous to sell vol that far out, though. They make so there is doctoring of the data in the sense that they make up the missing data until it's received and then revised. But yes, the actual counts are not available until all of the surveys are returned. If all of the surveys are returned. But the BLS was already, fucking ignoring significant amounts of price data prior to him firing the head of the BLS. So, on the inflation side of things, like that's probably not going to get better. They're just going to do it, like ignore data in much more obvious ways. If JPOW doesn't cut in September, will Trump have a heart attack? Oh my god, JPOW doesn't do the cutting. This is the problem with the whole fucking thing, and this is why Trump's an idiot. It doesn't matter if you replace one or two board members, because there's still the entire body makes the decision. Now, it's still likely we get one cut this year, at some point, but I don't think now is the right time for it. Is there potential for the corporate bond curve thing to have some impact later than it should? I mean, the wider the spreads get, the greater credit risk gets. So, I mean, it's got, like, I don't think there's. I don't know. I feel like if they widen substantially at all, it's going to have a huge impact. If you start losing corporate bond liquidity, then the whole bubble, all of this is built on the back of that spending. Just more, turd. Prices go up. That's actually a true statement. Crime? They'll sacrifice the small caps next. They're already all going bankrupt. Did you guys see the data I posted on like the number of fucking bankruptcies in small caps? It's wild. We're not pricing in anything bad at all right now. It's a very important thing to understand. Where the fuck did I put the chart for corporate bankruptcies? Oh, here it is. So bankruptcy filings by U.S. firms are now the highest they've been since 2020. During like the peak of COVID. We got several like billion-dollar companies filing. And a lot of those are in industrials where supposedly, you know, tariffs are going to fix things. And then look, consumer discretionary, healthcare. Ooh, am I going to get to sell more 45s? Bankruptcy is meaningless. Denied's on his 5th one and still gets credit cards. That's how that works. It matters when the 7 companies that make up the S&P 500 start diluting their stock and issuing debt as they all try to race to be number 1. Yeah, well, I only got to sell 4 calls at the last high. I only filled on 4 of them, which is super shitty. Even smart people can't get jobs. That's because they're not willing to work at shitty jobs, probably. NPR has some new changes on RTDV2 if you want them. That's what I'm on right now. Ugh. Well, I can't log into NPR, so... Oh, nope, don't let me in. What do we got? Goodies? Ooh! I like that. Oh, you fixed the little box? That's nice. Did you change this? What'd you do? What'd you do? Tell me. It's up around like 30. It was up around like 36% or some shit. Yeah, I see the chart alignment. That's fucking dope. Oh, very nice. Did you make Pepe bigger? Yeah, I like the wider range on IVs. Other things got smaller. Where's my you deleted the slider? How do we no. Oh wait, I see it. I didn't see where you put it. I only commented out because I'm sure we're gonna revert to wanting it back. We'll probably have random move it. Because it's global, so it doesn't like it's kind of weird that it's like on the volume chart, but that's not a big deal. Do you pay Nuke or just slide crackers under the door? He's paid in love, admiration, compliments, and probably more money than me, which is currently 0. Just a bag of dried krill thrown on the floor. What? He's not that kind of whale. You made like $4,000 in trades this week, right? Or are you down? You were up. You're still up? Killing it. I don't know anymore. I pay Nuke in obscure financial models. What's gonna squeeze me out? Of my 45-50 spreads? I'm not worried. I never ever said Rev was going to 1K. 90% of the Rev play was just me and Gaff gooning the night before it ran 200% and buying calls at open. And then you bought puts, and look how that turned out. Why rip Gaff? He's still around. He's probably just fighting demons somewhere else. I don't know what you did. What do you mean? I'm not. Gaff's wife finally got him. Oh, really? He's not allowed to spend all his time on Discord anymore? Got half his assets, you mean? Hmm. Interesting. Wait. He has a New Jersey wife. Same like Philadelphia wife. It's true, he does. I'm very tempted by cat as well, but I don't want to fuck with it before PPI. It's too dangerous. What's wrong with a Philadelphia wife? Quiet, Philly Mike. I have a broken wing spread for 818 that only needs 63.90 to break even. Why are you always out of the money? Max profit at 63.70 sounds absurdly realistic to me. What do you think? 818? It doesn't seem unreasonable. I want to see some regret. Check DMs. Oh no. This morning when we failed? If it makes you feel any better, I wanted to sell 6,400 puts and then I stopped myself. I was like, that's a bad trade. It wasn't. It would have been great. I'm usually out of the money because return on risk is prettier and I'm poor. But that also means you have less to risk. Those O5s are now $33 each. So, I mean, seriously, don't, come on, you know better. Don't lean into that. You cut risk where it was appropriate. If I can overhold them to 0 and you just lose $33. Gherkin sometimes doesn't know how deeply he cuts. What are you talking about? Cat should benefit a lot from the construction boom that will soon be coming. What about all of their parts coming from China? Yeah, you sure about that? Also, what construction boom? Just deregulation on zoning? That's only if there's plenty of money to fund all of that. I'm sorry, plenty of debt. Why is your gamma chart so small? Nuke shrunk it to make Pepe's head bigger. Do you have a mini monitor? No? It's like 27 inches. That looks like garbage. I didn't make it. I thought you just made Pepe bigger because you were tired of him being off screen. Did you ever take a graphic design course, Nick? I took one once. Let's ask ourselves, my output reflects taking in graphics. They used to be required for CS degrees. That was before AI, and I graduated 2 weeks ago. I think if I graduated 2 weeks ago, I'd do everything different. And then probably just do them all the same. When you first put Pepe there, I seriously thought you were holding a puppet for a split second. Well, kind of. Like a digital puppet. I need to show the pickle jar to get me a connection to a Coinbase manager so I can work there. Do you really want to work at Coinbase? Can't you just apply? Tell them you don't want equity. They'll hire you in like 5 seconds. Ghosted? Bastards. Yeah, I was doing my master's. I'm still enrolled. I'm just I just have no interest in finishing it. Academic finance sucks. Them? Do you have experience with Coinbase products? Me? Yes, I fixed your broken wallet recovery. Still ghosted? They just don't appreciate you. That's what they were going to hire you to fix. Who would have thought Delta Wi-Fi was good enough to listen to you with a lag spike every 15 seconds? Interesting. Come on, test 40. 42 or 45 would be so sweet. Then I could sell even more spreads. It's because recruiters HR take the first pass at applicants, so they're idiots. Or just AI. Are you selling 0 DTE? Yeah. To the pickle jar, evidently? What do you mean? Who the fuck is... Nobody in the pickle jar is buying calls. All of you guys are waiting for a 45 test before trying to buy puts. I know you. Don't lie to me. The only person maybe buying 45 calls is probably like Danimal. The 40 call is not a 45 call. Don't give away my alpha. I mean, Cobra lost all his money and he's still buying shit, so I don't think I am, Bluth. I've been stopped out on 35 puts twice. You're gonna go for round 3? Why did you sell the 30-35? I specifically said that that was not a good strike to sell. You bitch. Why didn't you close it earlier then? What's up, vape? Good for you. If we test 45, I can sell more. If you need some. I don't know. Liked the rush, I guess. Alright. I will be here for the market crash. Will I be positioned for it is another question. Last time this happened, we crashed. What? Diamond top? I know. Yeah, I might pick up some TQQQ pits. Not today, though. Maybe tomorrow. Shit is so fucking over leveraged right now. Almost 40. Getting a lot of bot puts at spot. Sold calls at 45, bot puts 45, bot puts 40. In the money, 35, 30, and 25 bot calls. Kind of still holding things up. But yeah, fuck ton of resistance here. Why are we getting hyperinflation? Did you go long fart coin or something? No new all-time high for ES. I feel like that's very important. We did test the trend, finally. Right now. Yeah, literally right here. I wonder if we get enough, like, delta expansion from Charm to keep pushing up a little bit more. Honestly, IWM's probably just like short squeezing a little bit. We just got to 40, and I still said 45 is possible. I've literally been saying 40, 45 since fucking like 9 a.m. or 9:15 a.m. I have. Someone go find it and send me a clip. Getting more bot puts at 35 right now. Or 40, sorry. More bot puts at 40. Fuck ton of sold puts at 35. Jesus. Push up into the top, sell off a bit before close, and then snap back. One of those days. But I've been reading between the lines of what you're really saying. You're definitely, but not actually saying to buy TQQQ puts. Wink. I would consider maybe getting some. I think it's super overextended, but I would want a lot of time on them. And we haven't gotten to NVIDIA earnings yet. We can still get to 6,500. I have price targets up there. I think probably before NVIDIA earnings. I wonder what the impact of NVIDIA paying 15% on like 30% of their sales is going to be when they announce their forward projected earnings to Chinese firms that don't want to buy their chips because the CCP has said you can't do that. No buying them. Don't need them, they suck. Where's the 1929 line? Behind us, I think. Wow, I'm not sure it is on the monthly, but we're very close to it. No, no, we're over it. Right here, we're retesting the peak of like the trend from 2022. But we're 1929 trend is back at 63.25. Not just Nvidia. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So this is the 29 trend line here. This is 22. So this trend matches the continuation of like the 2020 to 2022 run. Which I think like next month would be like, this 6,500-ish. Although I guess we could push up to 6,500 this month. But yeah, that's like the 22, Jan 22 high, December 24 high, and then 25 high. And then, yeah, that one's the 29 trend lines like that. Testing the bottom of the trend is like SPX 800. Ooh, let's do that. I don't think anybody wants that. Maybe when all the boomers start dying and the real estate market crashes. I think we got a while for that one. Yeah, that would be a depression. Oh no, I'd buy that shit. Let's sell my body parts to buy that dip. Positive Delta below spot. All calls, right? Calls and sold puts. No profit taking. A little bit, but not enough to substantially shift anything out. There's bought puts at 45.40. Sold calls at 40. If we fall back, like 35's major support at this point. I guess 30, 35. And then 25.20's also got a fuck ton of sold puts. 25 has bought calls also, but that was kind of the end of the bought calls. We've been mostly pushing up on sold puts since then. Sold puts and charm. Any chance of failing towards end of week? Probably, yeah. This is fairly overextended. We're going into OPEX. It's not a huge OPEX, but it's decent. Something happens every day. What do you want? What you mean something bearish? We have plenty of bearish shit happening. We just keep climbing the wall of worry. Again, just don't be bearish until you can confirm it. Trump is suing JPOW. Yeah, I know. Well, he's allowing like some frivolous lawsuit to proceed or whatever. Something that actually shakes the market a bit. We just had a 3.5% correction. And it was very timely. Right with the tariff deadline. I have no problem with that. It's a great way of capturing returns without taking on the risk of stock ownership. A lot of people don't like it because, you know, they don't make as much or it's not as sexy, but I don't have a problem with it. I love buying fucking leaps. I think they mean something to shake up the market while they're positioned for that exact movement. Theta. Theta is awesome. I don't know. Where's the just buys leaps guy? I don't know, he's around somewhere. You buying leap puts on SPX? Getting real close. VIX 3-month is at 1850. VIX is below 16 again, so I'd still like to wait for like 90-day realized vol to fall more. Ugh. Vega time, Vega time. Yeah. Why is the smile so steep at 64.90? This is way the fuck out of the money. So the IV on those contracts is just very, very high anyway. And then also we're getting closer to close, so it's just getting exponentially higher. Kind of goes like this. I would just draw solid lines. Like, on, so it's kind of how it evolves over time. Just means our math is right. We need no epic pen. It was there. No problem. I know. I sold more 45s at 45. I've just sold a fuck ton of 45s. If we lose 40, I'm going to close them now. No way we lose 40. Why? We can, definitely. Problem is like 35-30s supportive, 25-20s supportive. I wasn't half the 96,000 volume on the 45C. Below 35 is kind of a big ask. I could see us closing like 38, 37, somewhere in there. Unless we squeeze the fucking short puts, which is really, I feel like really unlikely. Depends on if Google has to sell, is forced to sell Chrome off or not. The red candles, Gherk, just a little bit of it. I don't know what do you guys think I'm trading over here? Jesus Christ. I'm not that much of a fucking degenerate. They could. We're above Vega neutral, and we're enough above Vega neutral that like concavity is probably fairly deep. But remember, like that trims the closer we get back to Vega neutral. So I put it, well, the first time I put in an order for 15, and then I filled on 4 of them. So the second time I put in an order for 25, and I filled on all of them. I told everyone I was going to do it all fucking day, so. They have fucking stops. It's not like I'm being dangerous or something. I agree that Tesla should be bankrupt, but they're not. Don't forget they're grandfathered into a lot of those sweet energy deals, and Elon will just make shit up every chance he gets to pump his stock. At least until he sold it all. Thanks for showing us how not to degen. You degen. Of all the plays I could have taken today, I feel like me wanting to sell the 45 call since this morning was not the degen play. The degen play would have been when we were at 63.85 and I really wanted to sell the 6400 put. And then I didn't do it. Alright, at least in the short term, this is like near term, this is where gamma kind of starts to get a little bit more negative. Even out on the daily, a loss of 40 is a pretty big drop in exposure. 150 billion down to 50. Over the last hour, though, definitely a more bearish shift on the 35-30 strikes. So expect bulls to try to probably bounce it here. 1 second. Ooh, we lost 40. Look at that. Not even an attempt at a bounce? Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna put a stop on them. That way I don't get fucked if they squeeze it to the upside again. I'm already up 50%. No, almost. Hmm. Nope, that was fun. I'm get another chance to sell them? Or do I sell the 50-55? Hmm. Is that the bounce? No idea, but it stopped me out. Probably. I think I'm just gonna pick up a straddle here. I sold the 45.50 spread for $1.80. Damn, you got better fill than I did. All of my fills were like $1.60, $1.70. Close down here because, yeah, didn't even touch 35 yet. Yeah, I got stopped out too. I'm pretty okay with it. Got like 47%. Sold the 45.35 is way too early for 215. Need more down. Didn't didn't think about averaging it, or did you just sell like a bunch of them? A win's a win. A wise man in Manhattan taught me that. What else did he teach you? Did he teach you about putting canned mushrooms on cheesesteaks? Because someone needs to stop doing that. Canned mushrooms? Ew. And what do you expect? It's Philadelphia. Mushrooms aren't a vegetable. They're an animal.
Popcorn Trader put their pickle in my jar. Did the author of the Book of MISS 3-part saga just call mushrooms a goddamn animal? 5.
The author did the author of the Book of MOAS 3-part saga just call mushrooms a goddamn animal? They're not a plant. We've really not got a lot of other options, taxonomically speaking. Quiet. Give me financial advice. I don't want to. I want you specifically to be poor forever. Meanie. Fuck. Let me go find my local burn unit. I feel like all the vol already got crushed out today. What if instead we get volatility expansion? You're just angry because you and the mushrooms you eat share a common ancestral posterior flagellum. Had good morals. Mike wins. I paid like 200K to sit in 5 hours of tech meetings a day. Agentic AI is coming to an app near you, Giddy. I can't wait to have something do things for me incorrectly. I'm still stuck back at the What time frame is that? I'm looking at the 1 hour. I keep buying long dated puts because AI is a bubble, but people keep funding it. Yeah, but when they run out of the money they already printed, they'll need to print more. I think that's when the bubble pops. I had a whole thesis earlier. You can go back and rewind it. I was writing on the screen. It should be easy to find. No, that's bullshit. They're not in between. We used to think, like, what, 50 years ago, that they were kind of in the middle of plants and animals. They're not. They're just far more closely related to animals. Episthoconta. Because they lack chloroplasts. And they digest food externally. So they have extracellular digestion. They're much more like animals than they are plants. Thanks, halitosis. We're talking fungi? Yeah. They're also disgusting. What? Take that back. The edible ones are delicious. Well, at least they're all edible, at least once. I guess the non-poisonous ones. Texture is awful. What's wrong with you? They have all different kinds of textures. What kind of mushrooms are you eating? What are you doing to them? You're just like boiling them in a pot? Mushrooms are not vegan. But fish aren't vegetarian, and that doesn't stop a lot of them. Popcorn Trader just got owned in my DMs. I had a puffball mushroom I found in the park once. Hungry? It was the size of a bowling ball. Pretty frivolous. Okay, fried with seasoning. Do you want to pick up WeBull at $10? You're buying ADRs of a Chinese brokerage software company in the middle of a global trade war. I bought them. I bought them when they IPO'd, but I wasn't going to buy them again. Okay. I know you guys miss popcorn, so this needs to be shared with the world. Whenever you guys wonder what I'm doing when I'm not paying attention to you on stream, this is a very good summation of that. I'm not done. GME was some heady days, and he was Team Fruit Loops. Banana de Armas. Wow, I can't wait to close at 64.38. No, AMC ran at the same time, and then it ran before the next GME run. It was usually somewhat offset. Not always. Sometimes it lined up. But for a long time, AMC was stayed on R2K while GME was in the Russell 1000. Vol up a little bit, but that kind of just seems like an opportunity to sell more puts. Now, will those puts get squeezed? Maybe. Ooh, man. Glad I didn't go long cat today. Especially where I was going to go long cat. What's the longest cat you've ever seen? Is it a pink panther? No, one of my friends had one of those, like, they're like the cats that look like the queen's dog. That was the longest cat I've ever seen. Like, it had no tail. Its body was just weird. Like a dildo with no balls. Yeah, sure. Corgi cat. I don't know what they're called. Hmm. Like a long Furby? Yeah, like that. No, it's when Weeble updated and he bought 100 instead of 10 cat calls. That was great. And yes, they fucking pronted. They really did. First step is accidentally buy 10x more options than you meant to. Results may vary. No shit. None. The only crypto I've owned this year was Fartcoin. I just looked at the long-term SQQQ chart, and it looks like it's been in bullish consolidation since February of 2010. Just look at it on the yearly. It still blows my mind that people go long SQQQ rather than just shorting TQQQ. Like, just mind-boggling. They're going long the decay on SQQQ. I wonder how much money I could get for selling TQQQ 100 calls. Can I sell the 9,500 spread? $719. That's actually not bad. I can make 75% on risk, roughly. Selling the 97 100C for SEP 19. Ooh. Actually, hold on. I kind of like. Yeah, alright. I think I'm gonna sell the 95.98. %, 97% return on risk. There's nothing more bearish than inflation going down. Ratatouille, McConaughey. So you can be disappointed both in the food and the movie. I can't believe people eat that shit. It's disgusting. Food cooked by rats. You don't even know what my TQQQ play is. Fully. Only pigeon whales do. What? That's right. Does not matter. Maybe if you had fond memories of your French mother preparing for you as a child to offset how awful it tastes. It's just a big bowl of nicotine. Be careful, I'll full port into Jeff the Privileged again. Don't tempt me. I'm literally tempting you. That's what I'm doing. I'm I'm refilling the flock. Don't talk down on nightshades like that. Early estimate making 10-20% on one DT QQQ straddles was sustainable. Thoughts? It's been working out. I don't know if it's luck. We've had kind of some outsized moves the last few days. It's the problem is it's really tough on like on the Qs or on SPY or IWM. IWM's a little better because volatility's higher, but and so is QQQ, but it's difficult to sustain that. Especially if you hit like a flat market, which, you know, is arguably the best time for straddles because the options are mispriced. So mispriced but unprofitable? No, they're not unprofitable. They're profitable because they're mispriced. So implied volatilities get so crushed that they fall under the realized volatility. So you pay less than what the realized move ends up being. And then if you use a little discretion and you weight them a little, you can make even more. Welcome back, Jeff.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket.
Oh shit, I need to find the pigeon whale image.
Taking all my money.
Boom.
Vicky's
Still
got
have
in
it.
my head.
Can you whole shill some bongs in the shill shop? Yeah, sure. What kind of bong do you want? Are they gonna be under water pipe? No, this is literally plumbing materials. They have beer bongs. And an inflatable beer bong for 4 people. And a beer syringe. Beer snorkel. What the fuck, Thunder? Jesus Christ. Thank you. Welcome aboard, man.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Vicky's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Oh yeah, I can there. I put the pickle jar official spice grinder in the shop. It took 3 years to buy it. Wait, I thought you used to be a pigeon whale. Riku, Jeff. I just saw today's product. Yeah, it's a poop stool plus a bunch of packs of dude wipes. Today's your first day as a pigeon whale? Welcome aboard. Now you can tell me how you're gonna get me a new office chair on the cheap. I need to buy one of these for everybody on Gamma Strike. So let me know what you can do on a corporate order. And they have to be shipped to several different addresses because I'm not going to send them myself. Has anyone had the new COVID that gives you knives in your throat? Ooh, fun. I haven't tested positive, but match all the symptoms. Gross. Go to the doctor. I'm an engineer, not sales. Yeah, but you must talk to one of them in the break room. See if you can get a kickback. How many do you need? I don't know. More than 5. I'm not buying you one. Bananimal. Time to load up on pets. I mean, we're not at Gamma Max yet. That's up here. Butterfly? Yeah, it's not terrible. Weird range. Like, I still think the closing price is probably below 40, but above 35. Which does kind of make it difficult to make money on a butterfly here. It's in the channel. I posted it. You're a pigeon whale. I'm sure it's in the pigeon whale section of the Discord. That it is. Ooh, there's a pigeon whale pickles picks? I don't know what you're talking about. Yes. Maybe. Was the news this morning bullish? No. Did you guys see that meme of like the dude hiding from ICE, but he's just covered himself in the Epstein files? That way they can't see him. If the news isn't bullish, why are we going up? Because CPI is now behind us. It's not a pickles pick channel. It's different. What's the what's the poetry where people just flow of consciousness? It's that, except options positions. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Stream of consciousness. Same shit. Yeah, drinking Jen Jen's poison water will definitely help. Look at the live GXS page. What's most useful to be paying attention to? Hmm. Probably the probably just the gamma. I mean, we have massive support and massive resistance on either side of a $5 range. Well, I guess it's more like, yeah, well, it's still a $5 range. It's not the $5 range you think it is, though. It's like 38 to 43. Do I get gamma strike now? No. What? New Gamma Strike feature, it randomly sends out alerts for obvious facts with no guidance. SPX IV is currently 12%. Do with that what you want. No discounts. That's correct, Cross. There's a gap at 42. I don't know. I guess Bulls could try to short the fuck out of Vol and squeeze this, but it seems like a waste of money. Maybe we like fail 40 again, get a local low, like 35, then retest 40, and then close at 38. What about retest 42, then close at 38? Do you have enough time for that? That sounds fun. I also like testing 35, failing it, and then just dumping back to VN. That would be cool too. Although significantly less likely. Later, McConnerberry. Have a good one, man. Well, one would be like... And then the other would be... Or we could just pump right now instead. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess. That sounds less fun, though. Full port complete. Now I overhold with no stops. Is Fidelity the worst for options? Not the worst, but one of the... Like, it's really difficult to actively trade options on it. I don't like that we have a gap still at 42 that we haven't filled. And the world's tiniest head and shoulders. Right here. Look at the little tiny head and shoulders. See it? If we break to the upside of that, let's just squeeze 50? Oh, okay. Fun. What do we need to get? It's very hard to push the upside. Yeah, I guess it would just be squeezed to 50. Do I sell the 50 call if we push up there? I don't like any of these. Win rug? There's nowhere for us to rug to. We would have to squeeze the short puts, which would mean failing 35. And even then, we probably just bounce at like 20, 25. Fidelity's new platform isn't as bad as the OG one, at least. True. Yeah, we filled the gap. Did we? No, we didn't. We're still short. The gap's 42.73 through 82. Is filling the gap to the upside bullish or bearish? I think that would depend on what happens after the gap is filled. Less than it. I guess filling the gap would be a trend breakout right now. A little bit. NQ's getting really close to 24,000. Glad the calls I bought this morning are doing the thing. Nice. Hmm. This is the trend test on ES again, but lower high so far. I don't necessarily think gap up in the overnight. I just think they can hold these price levels until the data at the end of the week. I don't think well, maybe, but I kind of doubt they try to push for 6,500 so soon. There's not a lot of like delta up there. It gets kind of a little thin out above 50. Very thin out to 6,500. Ooh, new high. Squeeze attempt. Did you weighted straddle? I just straddled. I straddled like fucking way back. Hold on. There? When I got stopped out. Probably close it if we go above 45. Rejected at 45 again. Lame. I'm gonna sell calls up there again. I don't want to sell calls up here right now. Not unless we get a 50 test. Ooh, the federal budget balance is out. Interest on debt now greater than healthcare. Or, well, half of healthcare. That was kind of uninteresting, but it does increase the chance of a failure at 35 on the retest. If we can retest. Or a failure, or I guess failure of, actual failure of 40 on a retest. Getting some bot puts coming in. Big ones. 40, 35. Fun times. Since we're America, why not just stop paying the interest? Who's gonna stop us? Oh, the people who keep buying the debt. They'll stop buying the debt. So that means no new money. And we need new money. Because we don't want to pay the interest. That makes it, cutting rates makes it cheaper for us to get more new money. I know it's end of day, but the gamma drop off is massive. It's pretty big. Still needs momentum to continue to break down. But yeah, it can slide like out to 25 or 30 before catching a support. I drew it on the screen before. Currently, a bunch of the 35 sold puts are being bought back, and some of the 40. I just want to say, in a month's time, ever since I bought Pigeon Whale, my trades have been all been profitable. SPX better not crush that dream. Oh, that's what you want to happen? That's cute. I'm not a magic conch. God damn it. I mean, you actually do, though, slot machine. I mean, you don't get to keep it, but you make it. It's house money, literally. And what do we say when we look death in the face, STD slot machine? More puts, please. It would have also been funny if you said today's the day. I used to shit on the pores, then I bought long dated puts above gamma neutral and became what I used to mock. Mommy. No, it's from Game of Thrones. I just went to the dentist and he said fatal root eruption to the nurse, but then looked at me and said everything is fine. Yeah, Serio Pharrell. Yep. A man has no stop loss. That was pretty good. Bulls are still trying to protect their 35 sold puts. Where's Rims and Tims? Isn't he a dentist who drives a Volvo? No. He does like aerospace sales and wears Sperry's. A pigeon whale always pays his sub, except Cobra. If you became poor from one trade, you never had real money. Not true. Just depends on how big the trade is. CPA, a couple years ago, some vendor was cold calling me and sent me a cameo with the Serio Pharrell actor basically reading my Twitter and LinkedIn. So I'm assuming you immediately purchased from him. Ooh, nice. Shit's getting crazy. $2 moves. Immediate bounce. Yeah. Might be news. I don't know. Market on close and balance was negative 2 billion on S&P, negative 1.5 or 1.5 billion on Nasdaq. It's not a chaos candle, it's just the market on close and balance. It's reported 10 minutes before close. Market on close orders or orders that are fill at the closing price of the day. So basically it's just fill at the final closing price no matter what. So throughout the day, people can submit those orders. And you can also have limit on close, which you know obviously isn't market. It's a specific price on close, and you fill. But 10 minutes before close, they print the imbalance data. And then at 4 p.m., an auction matches all of the eligible orders to the price. So if you have a buy imbalance, there's more demand to buy at close than there is supply. And then if you have a sell imbalance, there's more demand to sell. It's usually measured in shares. And so generally what happens is when like market on close is announced, it allows other traders to offset the imbalance and provide liquidity into the closing price. I think they have to all be entered by like 3:45 or 3:50 on NASDAQ. So you get a bunch of market activity in those last 10 minutes where anybody anticipating the imbalance can try to like fade it or arbitrage it. And you have like ETFs and SPX where they need to like adjust positioning to reflect the imbalance. There's also the quad witching and like days where like the on close imbalance is reflecting the rebalancing of the index itself. So like the OPEX rebalances for S&P or NASDAQ, Russell. I think MSCI indexes are quarterly. FTSE is also quarterly. Usually the Russell's like the biggest deal because it's only reconstituted annually, whereas all the rest of them are generally quarterly. I mean, if PPI is bearishly hot already, that's going to be interesting. I'm just talking. Is VIX this low sustainable if they want to keep pushing up forever on short vol? Well, as 90-day historic vol starts to fall off, VIX is probably going to move lower. Do you think this pumps tomorrow before PPI? Could. 'There's Thursday's PPI. Tomorrow we don't have shit. There's like nothing. No data at all. Unless there's news or something. Which is honestly a better reason to pump the fuck out of this than anything else. It's interesting. 1 minute till close. $30. Close under 45? No. Almost. 45 on the nose. Huh. Alright. Well, I guess we got the 37 test. For like a quarter second. I wonder if this just sells off going into the overnight because it's so overextended. Alright. So we got a new all-time high ES, just barely at the end of the day. 1 second, let me pull up. So kind of just tapped that lower high on the second test. Might lead to a bit of a failure in the overnight. I think there's some room to pull back with the sold puts below spot collapsing, because I highly doubt there's a lot of longer dated sold puts up here. But we'll find that out tonight. I would say probably back towards like 25 or 30 would be a good place for us to pull back in the overnight session. Obviously, well above the market maker's expected move for the day. We had a lot of negative gamma going into market open today, so that gave a little bit of an opportunity to squeeze out some sold calls to the upside, although those really do run out around 64.50. And to the upside of 64.50, at least into the end of this week, Delta's pretty slim. We do have SLD beginning tomorrow, but otherwise there's no economic data or anything of any import or interest. I believe this does put us quite a bit above VN at close. VN probably moved a little higher, but Gamma Max is like 64. Where the fuck is that? 64.84 right now. It moved up yesterday. Probably snapped back closer to spot today. I would say Gamma Max is probably back where it was, around like 66, 68. Over here on ES, we're going to see if we fail that, refail that trend. If we lose like 50, 64.70, that might be like confirmation of a rejection, which could lead to like a pullback, maybe like 39 or even like 64.13, given enough time. Dollar largely down on the day. Yields at the top end of the curve back up, but yields at the low end of the curve moving down. Leverage back up into correlation, but core 1 month closed a little bit higher than the lows of the day. 3 month correlation still getting stomped on pretty hard. Definitely a drop off in 90-day realized volatility today, so we might start to see some longer dated short puts come in. Commodities, silver bouncing back a little bit. Gold slipped 3,400, and oil down another 1.22%. At 63.18 a barrel. I think after moving up yesterday, though, so not too significant of a change day over day. Bond volatility picking up a little yesterday. Correlation on the 3 month getting a new low. Yeah. Carry trade leverage kind of inching up, but leverage on the short end of the carry trade falling off. Forward yield on volatility moved back down a little bit to negative 7.4, with the bond curve picking up a tiny bit there. Skew showing a little bit of out of the money put demand yesterday at close, which made sense given our bearish close. This is probably going to move back down again with today's price action. And I think we're likely to see some improvement here, where 20% or only 40% of the S&P was above its 20-day moving average. I think that breakout's obviously realized, with a 1% move to the upside. However, Russell moved about 300 points today, so a decent breakout there too, actually. Correlation between VIX, cash VIX, dropping to about 69.88. Given where VIX is, this is actually like fairly high correlation compared to like what we saw back in 2024, where we saw correlation just absolutely fucking dump. So I think there's still a chance that we see some volatility this week, especially with the VIX tomorrow and next week. I think both of those VIX expirations are going to be kind of important. Fed fund futures bumping up a little bit. We got almost 7 points short of 2 rate cuts into January, almost 3 rate cuts for March, and slightly more than 3 rate cuts for June. So the market's still largely pricing in the same thing they were this morning before the CPI report, or well, like a couple days ago before the CPI report. Bear steepener picked up quite a bit though. 8.38% up to 55.6. Out here on the monthly, we definitely set a new high against the 2022 trend. Closing almost like right on top of that. I'm not really sure that trend matters, but it is there. It's a little easier to see here on the weekly, I guess. And then go down to the daily. Still pushing up, and we've broken out of the upside of the reversal from the correction that we had a little over a week ago. I guess we'll see if this level acts as a resistance. If not, and we continue to break out to the upside of that trend, I would say we're probably on track for 6,500. Not sure where you would confirm a reversal here. I guess a loss of like 63, 64, or back down here at 63.10. I guess that would be more confirmed reversal. This would be like a breakdown. So signal confirm. But well, long way to go on that. We still have 2 weeks. A little bit more than 2 weeks left in August. And if you guys read the technical analysis at the beginning of the month, I still kind of expected us to get a new all-time high. This is it. It'll be interesting if we see a breakdown from here. So yeah, well, like a little bit of a diamond top. Yeah. Well, we kind of blew out through the top of that today. But it's there. I mean, maybe a little bit more obvious on ES. But we'll see. We got to get a rejection, and then we can go like that on diamond top. But we'll see. Leave the diamonds alone. CoreWeave earnings. How are they tonight? Looks flat after close. Up 6.42% today. Yeah, not doing a ton after close. I don't know what they're reporting yet, but might be important. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope everybody has a good night. Later.